Hello. Videos, that's not video. That's my opening title slide. That's like my hello, welcome to the stream. That's my penguin pastels and my mug of coffee and my notebook and pencil and keyboard and other important coding accoutrements. Hello, folks. Welcome back. Advent of Code, day 13, part 2, which I haven't even looked. Yeah, it's one of these things with streaming. Like, you could just bang, hello, everybody, but then, you know, because I don't always manage to stream at like a regular time, and even the folks I know who do stream at a regular time, pinky swear that you did not read part 2 yet. I scrolled down far enough to see a 20-digit number and went, ah. So I can't add a schedule in my Twitter calendar because real life is an asshole, and if I said I am going to do this on Twitch at 4 o'clock every day, real life will go, no you won't, I'm gonna hold you down and shit in your face. So I stream when I can, but if you want regular streaming, you need to give me enough money that I can tell all of the other things in my life to go away and stop monopolizing my time, and as much as I love you all, there's only like 50 people on the stream, and I don't think 50 people's worth of Twitch streaming revenue is going to add up to the kind of money we're talking about. So anyway, we do what we can. Don't say that in the first 7 seconds of a video. All right, is there a reason? Are there impressionable young people watching me do Advent of Code? Demonetization. I don't make any money off these videos. I tend to switch it on YouTube. Cranking out YouTube videos every Monday afternoon. All right. So yes, when I punched the thing in, I got that, and I had a little look at it, and I went, oh, that's a big number. And then I went, ooh, crikey, that's fun. Yeah. All right, so this, I suspect, is where things are going to get fruity. Yeah. Okay. Just out of interest, 1, 2, 3. So thousands. Oh no, I don't think this is an insta-longs problem. I mean brute force, but no, brute force is not. So that's thousands, that's millions, that's billions, that's trillions. So we're adding 10 trillion to the x and y position of every prize. You ever seen this? The Central Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe minted a $10 trillion bill with the absolute peak of hyperinflation before they finally abolished the Zimbabwe dollar forever as a sort of absolute failed currency. Yeah, there you go, $10 trillion. And there's a place, last time I was in Zimbabwe, which is going back a few years now, there's a place in Vic Falls by the bridge where they were selling $10 trillion bills for $5 each. And even at that price, people were haggling on, come on, it's not worth as much as that. So there you go. Today we are dealing with claw machine hyperinflation and 10 trillions of things. Now, all right. So this looks... I mean, let's start off by just cranking it, right? Turn all the insta long, switch it on, see how long it looks like it's going to run for. Because the point is to win the stars. That's why we do this, right? Stars is everything else. So we've got, I'm going to turn all the ints into longs. Match whole word. Yep. Boom, done. And I've got a couple of int32.parsers in here that probably need to be int64.parsers. There we go, that needs to be an int64. Okay. And so what are the bailout cases on the thing gonna be now? So we want to break out of the loop if that so those both become while trues. Okay, so we're just going to loop forever, and yeah, we're gonna see roughly how long this is likely to take to brute force. So while true, and then we want to say, so if that is greater than this dot x, then we have overshot. Go to next a. Go to considered harmful, but not by me. Go to is a lovely thing and works beautifully. So if x is greater than that, otherwise if ax plus that and or if that, go to next a. Yep. Gotos are fine sometimes. I prefer labeled breaks and continues, which they have in JavaScript. I think that is a much nicer syntax. I would far rather be able to say next a and label that loop and have that one say break or continue next a, which is, I think, just a much more elegant syntax. But C# for some reason just has labeled gotos, and that's what we got. And all right, I'm not gonna complain. No, that's fine. Yep, so if ax is that, and then if ax plus press b times bx equals this x, and so that one there is actually just that's continue. Okay, so what do we got? I'm just looking at the bailout cases here. So at this point we're cranking on B, right? And if B overflows what we've got in either direction, it means we need to do the next A. There is never a scenario where we skip to the next B, because the next B just means there's one bigger, right? So let's crank that into there, and we can so I'm just gonna extract. Interesting to see C# has goto as a big thing. I wouldn't call it a big thing. I've used it maybe 20 times in my entire career as a developer, and I've been working with C# for 22 years. So maybe once a year, goto is the way to solve the thing you're trying to solve. I don't know if that makes it a big thing or not. So let's just in here, var ax equals that. So we got the ax. Var bx equals press b times b dot x. And then if ax plus bx is greater than that, And that is AY. Just to kind of make these a little less... When you've got the same arithmetic expression repeated in a bunch of places, if you have to change anything, it makes it very, very easy to miss one of those instances when you're cranking through and changing stuff. And alright, so AX plus press B times BY is just going to be var BY. Times b dot y. Since all offsets are positive, I'll look at that in a second. Since all the offsets are positive, if press A times AX is greater than prize X, then it's too far. So that's press A times AX is greater than prize X. Yeah, that's those two lines. That's what we got. Go to next A. Press A times AX plus press B times BX. Well, AX here is press A times AX, and BX here is press B times BX. So that line there is greater than, and the price here is whatever this, because it's the prizes for the machine. So either I'm missing something you can see. Okay, you're missing something I can see. All right, that's cool. That's fine. That's all right. So there we go. Press B plus plus. But the problem now is where do we bail out? Yeah, I mean, I'm not interested in lots of guard clauses. Okay, the reason why I'm hesitating, this is all commented out. And that's commented out because one has to be, no, because there's no, I don't think either of them has to be next B. Because B just increments atomically, right? So there are machines. Yeah, that's the case here, is machines without solutions, and we give up on the machine when Mr. Blue28, I'm going to strongly recommend getting a pen and paper and rewriting your entire code from scratch. Thank you, Mr. Blue28. I will take your recommendation under advisement and place it here in the pile with the other recommendations. I just want to see, like, I know this is probably going to need rebuilding, but I want to see how badly it's going to need rebuilding. Like, how long is the brute force going to take? All right, so if AX here is greater than this dot, I mean, this is the naughty clause. If AX is greater than this dot X, it means we've definitely run out of, yeah. So if AX is greater than this dot x. Okay, so the ax plus bx greater than this dot x, it might be that it succeeded because we've got one a and a whole lot of b's. And because the numbers aren't cofactors, yeah, just getting started on part 2, we need to check the next a, because the next a might work if there's no b's. So if that's there, we want to break out of that completely. And then in here, that can actually just be a break. So that comes out completely. Okay, so we keep adding to the A's, and if we get to the point where the A presses are greater than the price on the machine, there's no way B can make that win, and so we break out of that loop. And if get to a point where the X or the Y have exceeded it, and we'll drop another, stick AY in there. So if AX is greater than this, or AY is greater than this dot Y, then break on that. Break on that, costs equals that. So what I want to see now is if we run that on example.txt, but now we need to throw in the 10 trillion Zimbabwe dollar bonus. So let's solve, and for this thing we'll have int offset equals 0. And so we'll say int 10 trillion. Yeah, int 10, thank you, long. Yeah. Long offset equals 0, and so what I'm going to say in here is that var int x int y price equals x plus offset y plus offset. Not int long, damn it. Come on, brain, get with the program. Rockstar doesn't have this problem. Rockstar doesn't have int so long, so it's just got big numbers. Fact: most governments quit right before printing enough money fast enough to get ahead of inflation. Are you saying that if the Zimbabwe government had persisted, they would have got ahead of inflation? Because I don't think they would. Because the 10 trillion... So not only was there a 10 trillion Zimbabwe dollar bill, this was the 4th round of currency revaluations. So the Zimbabwe... I lived in Zimbabwe when I was a kid. So in the 1980s, I got 20 cents a week of pocket money. 20 Zimbabwe cents. And that was ZWD. That was Zimbabwe dollar generation 1. And Zimbabwe dollar was worth... It was like worth about 80 US cents. So it was worth something, you know. Like you could go and buy like a vinyl record in a record store in Harare for 10 or 15 bucks, that kind of thing. But then in the 90s, they had the first round of hyperinflation, and when the ZWD got to, I think it was 10 trillion to the Zimbabwe dollar. Because this is crazy. And it's just, if we're going to talk about 10 trillion, we got to talk about that. So the Zimbabwe dollar was introduced in 1980. Oh, there we go. to directly replace the Rhodesian dollar, par 1-to-1, similar value to the US dollar. So that was my pocket money when I was a kid. Then in the early 21st century, so 2006, they had the first round of remuneration. So 2005, the new currency to be viable, it was revalued by 1,000. So the ZWD dollar was replaced with the ZWN dollar, which went from $1,000 to $1. And then in 2007, they did a third dollar, which was the ZW... can't remember the code for that one. The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe declared inflation illegal, outlawing any raise in prices. Yeah. And they arrested people of Zimbabwean companies for increasing prices. The running joke at the time was that if you went to play golf in Harare, you ordered your drinks beforehand, because by the time you'd finished playing golf, the prices would have gone up. And then the ZWR, yeah. So 2008, 10 billion ZWNs were worth 1 ZWR. And then the third renormalization was ZWLs, when they said, all right, so that 1 trillion ZWNs, ZWRs was now worth that many ZWLs. And eventually they just gave up, and they went, there is no longer any Zimbabwean currency, just do with whatever you can deal with. And now, what was the cause of the continual issuing of more currency in Zimbabwe? The economy was completely destroyed, is the cause of it. The land reforms in the 90s, Mugabe did some very controversial stuff which basically tanked a lot of the Zimbabwean economy by destroying industrial farming in favor of subsistence farming, which meant it was no longer growing anything they could export. So, you should be USD and no, I got a whole new video series on Aneroid Says about, I'm not going to do USD because USD is not a tech industry acronym, but I have a whole video series in the works about how computers deal with money, because that's interesting. So no decimals is Japan. Japanese yen has no decimal part. 3 decimals would be like the Bahrainian dinar, right? Because a lot of Middle Eastern currencies have 3 decimals. I have never encountered a currency with 5 decimal places. What currency has 5 decimals? And although the weirdest currency unit I've ever seen is the Google Wallet API, because Google Wallet, you want to put in amounts for purchases, you put it in something called a micron, and a micron is 1/1,000,000th of a US dollar. That's the base unit of currency that the Google Wallet API uses. So we've got price equals that. Yeah, no, I'm curious. I know that Cameroon is the only country that at the time of writing has 2 decimal places in its rate of sales tax. So most systems you can get away with modeling, like VAT or MOMS or whatever you call it, you can put that as an integer, except Cameroon you need 0.25, because sales tax in Cameroon is 18.25%. Which is just one of those edge cases where you say to your client, are you going to do business in Cameroon? And they're like, why? And you're like, I need to design this column on your database table. And if I make it a decimal, it's going to confuse people because they don't know if 25% is 25 or 0.25. Anyway, right. Price.x. Price dot what no, not that this. Replace price with this. Misha says run part 1 with the new code. I agree, that is exactly what I am about to do. So we've got part 1 with the new code running on example.txt. We're looking for 480. You smell that? You know what that smells like? It smells like infinity. Oops. Something somewhere has gone horribly wrong. So what am I failing to do here? Press A is never getting plus plus. because that was the labeled statement that I took out. Yes. There we go. Boom, 480. See that? Now, what I want to do for this is I am going to claw machine long solve var sw equals new stopwatch sw.start tick tock tick tock tick tock tick tock, and I'm surprised computers don't just use uint for money. So the biggest problem with storing any kind of decimal in a computer is not the computer, it's the human beings. And the you know, you're looking at a system, unfamiliar system, and you're like, I gotta put a price in here, the field is int, and you'd be amazed how many developers think that int means the number of like cents, versus int means we don't do cents. And so you'll have 25 and 2500 in the same column for the same product at the same thing. That should be a what's name, shouldn't it? Yeah, let's try that. System.diagnostics. Yes, please. We'll have some of that. What? Milliseconds is not a thing, thank you. I think somebody just put that in the chat, and I think I misread. Yes. Yeah. All right. That's fast. Let's run it on my actual input. All the zeros. All right. This will be fun. Is that the correct number of dollars? Because it would suck to brute force this and get an answer after like 78 hours and then discover I'd put the wrong massive number in. Yeah, C# has a decimal type for money. You can tell it's money because it's var price equals 123.45m on the end for money. That's how you do a decimal literal in C#. All right, so how many machines have we got? Quite a lot. Now this is the part where like I don't even know how long the first machine is going to take. And it's going to be a crazy number, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Bored now. Who wants to see a ginger cat? Hello, Mac. Cat on the stream. Cat on the internet. This is Mac. Mac's staying with me at the moment. Oh, come on, Mac. No, 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 no. Yeah. Mac, you gonna help? Oh, where is it, little buddy? No, the internet's over there, Mac. Look. Say hello to the people. Come on, say hello. There you go. Aww. He's not an asshole, but he does have one brain cell. And it's only switched on half the time. So the reason why Mac has turned up is that it is 10 minutes to 5, and Mac gets his snack every day at 5 o'clock. And, right, okay, so yeah, we're running that, not even close to a solution. We are going to use modular arithmetic. And I'm going to say that because that makes it sound like I know what I'm talking about. So we are looking for a combination of call it Claw Machine 2, get out pen and paper. You think that's going to help? All right. Now, in theory, I've set up OBS now, so when I switch to the paper cam, it ain't going to lose the chat. Do we think it's going to work? Let's try it out and see. Ah, look at that. Amazing. It's amazing what you can do with technology. Right. So. Yeah. So what the claw machine is actually doing is, so let's say that this is our origin. Give me a second. I'm going to see if I have squared graph paper. That might help. Also, I'm going to pop up the green screen. You're going to get to see reality. Look at this. You ready? That's enough reality for one day. Somewhere here I should have some... where is it? Dang. Yes. And we're back in the Matrix. All right. Squared paper for maximum maths nerdery. Doink. Okay. So. Somewhere here I had a pencil, like an actual pen. No, mind, sorry, we got a pen. That'll work. I mean, bother, drat, goodness, gosh, golly. And I'm just going to move that camera over here just a little bit. That's up to about there. Man, cinematography is hard, yeah? Da, 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 da. Oh, the curved monitor's beautiful. Yeah. Right. That'll do. So let's assume, so I want to break this down just to crunch the numbers. So let's assume that the prize for this is going to be, I'd pick a random one. So let's say the prize is going to be 6, 9, and that the button A is going to be 2 and 3, and that button B is going to be 5, and 7. And actually, those are terrible numbers now. So let's say that the prize one is going to be 10 and 12. All right. And then we got that plus some random offset, which for the purpose of this one, I'm going to set to be 50. Now I'm going to set it to be 20. Okay. So what we're going to get then is the origin starts down here. The prize is going to be at 10 plus 20, which is going to be there. Just arbitrarily, randomly there. And that is actually going to be at 10 plus offset is 30, and 12 plus offset equals 32. So that's 30, 32, right? And so we got to figure out, can we get there? And so we got two options. So button A is always going to be 2, 3. So we got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Button B is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 5, 7, donk, 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 donk. And so what we are going to look for is we want to know if there is any number Z. Come on, little one. Aww. So in this example, we got button A and button B. So is there some number? Let's say A is the number of presses of A. Yep. And B is the number of times we've pressed B. So 2A plus 5B equals the 30. And we need 5 times A plus, no, 5A plus 7. Have I got that the right way around? Yeah. 5A plus 7B equals 32. Yeah, this is part 2. Come on. All right. I have a ginger cat here trying to get involved. So, Mac, what do you think? Should we put chunk? There we go. Look. Your opinions are irrelevant. There's a giant cat. Mac is now going to settle like a pudding on the maths. Aww. Hello, little one. So yes, we've pressed button A that many times. So every time we press button A, it's horizontal 2, and we pressed button B many times. So 2A plus 5B equals 5A plus 7B equals chonky cat. Now, I'm kind of remembering this little weird bit of school where you subtract those and you're like, all right, so 2a minus 5a is going to be minus 3a, and 5b minus 7b is going to be minus 2b, and that is going to be 30 minus 32 is minus 2. So now we multiply that whole thing by minus 1, which means we get 3a plus 2b equals 2. But that doesn't help us. Does it? Yeah. There will be no mathematics until Mac has finished what it is that he's doing. That's it, Mac. You settle. Yes. Come on. There we go. Right, we will attempt to maths around the cat. So there we go. He's not actually covering the bit we're doing. So 3a plus 2b equals 2, but so Kerjok Kamarad says it's a constrained organization optimization problem. It's all linear. The buttons are vector transformations. I hope I'm not misunderstanding the problem. Is there a reason to not do a matrix representation of the system of linear equations? There is a very good reason not to do that, and that's that I don't know what that is. So for me to do matrix arithmetic is going to require a certain amount of research and dusting off some brain cells that have been asleep since the Clinton administration. So let's crunch a real one. It's not a system of linear equations. There are two. Is it time for spoilers yet? No, no spoilers yet. I'm still thinking this through. Well, actually, I'm not. I'm being bothered by a cat is what I'm doing. Right, I'm going to go and give Mac his afternoon snack so that he does not continue to destroy what we are trying to accomplish here. And in order to do this, I'm going to use a highly technical streaming solution. There we go. Back in a minute. Right. Right. So one of my friends went to Jakarta. Jess Rose, who some of you might know, she's on Twitter and Twitch and Blue Sky and all that kind of stuff, and literally found a homeless ginger kitten as she stepped out of the train station. And I was like, I've just arrived in the city and now I have a cat. So, right, I probably need like a feeding cat card for future streams. Okay. So, this is, it's, I can't remember how to do simultaneous linear equations. Let's look up how to do simultaneous linear equations. I could have done this in my sleep when I was 16. Now I can't even spell it. Aneroid says, wait. Aneroid says, stop. What is px supposed to be? What? Where? Where is px? Prize.x. What is it when you have the right answer? It's the coordinates of the prize, right? No? Say it with numbers. So I don't understand the question, what is prize x when you have the right answer? It's, in this one, it's prize x is going to be 2a plus 5b. If I switch back to the paper camera, so we got 2a plus 5b equals the prize x, and 5a plus 7b equals the prize y. I'm missing something. Yeah, well, if it's simultaneous linear equations, the lines either cross or they don't. So that much I do remember from school. No, let me work this through. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah, the example's bad. That's all right. I'm going to run it through with a different example. Yeah. So, it's a graphical simultaneous equation problem. I just need to remind myself. We can see the intersect. So, yeah, I remember this. Elimination to get rid of one of the variables. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, all right. So, let's grab an example from the actual example. Thank you, maths. That will do for now. Yeah, I do remember how to do this stuff. Let me switch back to the code. So we got examples on the page. Okay, so this one here. Let's grab this top example here, which you can't see because it's on that screen there. But I'm going to grab this first example in there, first x and y, which looks like that. And so we are going to have... so a is x plus 94, y plus 34. So we've got 94a plus 22b equals 10 trillion and 8400. And why take the second example? No, I want to do the first example. All right. And the second one is going to be 34a plus 67. First has no solution. All right, that's a good reason to pick the second one. All right, so the second one here, what do we got? We got 26a plus 67b equals 1 trillion, 10 trillion and 12748. And then 67 of A plus 21 of B equals 10 trillion and 12176. Okay. So, yeah. 66, not 67 in the second. Yes, it is, thank you. 66A plus 21B. So we got that one, and we got that one, and is this where we just managed to crunch the thing by saying subtract All right, let me just work through something that is scratching at the back of my brain that I probably haven't been able to do for a while, but we're going to give it a go anyway and see what happens here. I'm going to whack that up a little bit and bring that across. And so 26 minus 66 is going to be minus 40 of A, plus 67 minus 21 is going to be 46 of B, equals 12,748 minus, because the 10 trillion billion bajillions are all going to cancel. So that 12,748 minus 12,176, well actually that's 748 minus 176 is going to be calculator for this. 12748 minus 12176, 572. And then I used to be able to remember how to do this. How to solve simultaneous equations. GCSE maths revision. Yeah, you eliminate one term and that gets you in and substitutes for the other one. I just can't remember how to do it. And saying eliminate one term is just what we call it. It's not how it works. Okay, so that elimination. So first eliminate, identify which unknown has the same coefficient. So we need to so we're not going to get the same coefficient out of either of these. Next, simultaneous examples with no common coefficient. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, we got to crunch them. Yeah, I remember this. So, we are going to eliminate one term. I mean, the easiest way, the crunchiest way to just get the whole thing to fall out the other end is you multiply both of them by each other. And so we pick a coefficient like 66. And so we multiply the whole of the top equation by 66 and the whole of the bottom equation by 26. And that then gives us the same coefficient, which means we can cancel for the other one, and we can see we can get a b at the bottom of it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's work through that. All right. It might not work, but hey, write the dumb code, right? We'll do the dumb code, and if it doesn't work, at least we learned something fun along the way. So let's take that out. Public long solve. It's not going to be a long, is it? Oh no, we do need a long because we got longs everywhere else, so let's make the arithmetic easier. Calculate GCM's greatest common multiple, right? So actually we need the least common multiple. So, all right. So we've got A, B, X, and Y. So, yeah. Right. No spoilers for a moment. Let me work this one through. Like a 16-year-old kid trying to do his maths homework. 30 years late. So top is going to be, that's all right. So we got a dot x plus b dot x equals x. And bottom is going to be a dot y plus b dot y equals y, where A is the number of times we've pressed button A, and B is the number of times we've pressed button B, and that one is the same. A times AY plus B times BY is the number of times we've pressed button Y, and we need to spin those up. Now the numbers are always going to be positive, so let's crunch the value of B. So to make them equal, yeah. After this, Martin recommends that I look up an introduction to linear algebra. Martin, you know I don't do these kind of problems except when they come up in Advent of Code. Like the rest of the year, I do not have any application for linear algebra, and that's good. Nice, Martin. I'm glad that part 2 was over in like 2 minutes. I'm very, very happy for you. All right. There's no official solution, so Advent of Code is always solve it however you can solve it. Okay. Right, let me think. Just need to get the brain cells all pointing in the same direction. So let's say that our top thing here is yeah, I mean, there's folks on Advent of Code this year who are solving it in like 30 seconds, and well done, well done. You got a star at 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, we need to remove a term. So what we got to do is to multiply the top one there. The problem is my brain is just getting tangled on the fact that we got AX and AX and BX and BX. And so the top one is going to be... yeah. Var m, so this is the top multiplicand, equals a dot x. Var n equals b dot x. And then we are going to multiply button A by see you, camarade. Thanks for stopping by. Right. A rant about dividend divisor versus numerator denominator. Come on. Crunch brain into gear. Hello, Vax Headroom. Greetings. In Washington, D.C. Awesome. I love that username, by the way. Vax Headroom is a big fan of that. I know it's saying do the top equation multiplication. What I'm trying to wrap my brain around here is what exactly it is that I'm multiplying. Like, what do I want the output of this thing to be? Because this isn't like paper maths where you just do this to that, to that, to that, to that. It's... we don't have a top equation. There is no equation. The equation is a button, and my brain is trying to make the conceptual leap from equations on squared paper to buttons in C# code. And so let's... and a button there is a record. So let's say, what do we got here? We got top... yeah. You wrote top and bottom. Those are the correct equations. I know that, but they're comments. You can't do anything with them. So what needs to be true? So A is the number of times we press the button A. No visualization for this one. No, it's too crunchy. So I think Anoraid is getting very, very frustrated with my lack of progress and is throwing code into the chat in the hope that I will just copy exactly what they're doing, paste it in, and get the answer without yielding any understanding on my part. It ain't that kind of stream, folks. Chill. We good. Yes, I understand the equations. The equations are not the problem here. Yeah. Right, so we got 26 times 26. So keep it civil in the chat, friends. Right. We got this far. It's simultaneous equations. We need to subtract one from the other one, yield a result for one of them, plug that back in, and that'll tell us whether there is actually a result to this thing or not. And I am going to figure out how to do that in code one step at a time, because that's what I'm going to do. If I can find my mouse. Okay, there we go. So that's cool. So right. Let's work this thing through. So we got a bunch of numbers here. So we've got, I'm going to use paper to just kind of crunch this thing down into bits that actually make sense to my brain. So we've got button A. Bring that in there, swing that over there. We got button B. And we've got X and we've got Y. And we've got, so let's say button A.X is going to be and we've got button B.X is going to be, that's going to be AX. So, right, AX equals button A dot X. AY equals button A dot Y. BX equals button B dot X. BY equals button B dot Y. Okay, with me so far. And then we've got our solutions, which are gonna be X and Y. And what we are looking for are the two unknowns, which we will call, yeah, M and N are probably good ones. So M is how many times we've pressed A, and N is how many times we've pressed B. Okay? Those are the things we need to determine. Those are the missing variables. All good so far. All right, so now turn that into the equations that we've got. And so we've got M times AX plus N times BX equals X. So the number of times we pressed button A plus the number of times we pressed button B has to be the X coordinate of the prize. Yes, good so far. And then we've got N times AY plus, no, hang on, M times AY plus N times BY has to equal Y. Yeah? Because that's the number of times, and if that all works, then we've landed on the point and we found a prize, and M and N tell us how many times we pushed each button. Right, good, awesome. So, that means that the code we need, if we multiply those two things together, we are gonna end up with M times ax times ay plus n times bx times ay equals x times, so that whole thing is multiplied by a y, max over plus nax equals x times a y. And then the bottom one, we multiply the whole thing by ax. So we get m times ax times ay plus n times b times by equals y times by. Yeah. But then if we subtract those expressions from each other, that max, ay, max, so those two cancel out. So we get n times but we can calculate those. So that's n bx ay minus ax by equals xay minus y dot by, which means we take that over. So n equals x times ay minus y times by all over bx ay minus ax by. And that we can turn straight into code because that's just an equation with everything on one side of it is known. We know all of these numbers. So that will then give us n, and then we can crunch n back through. So, translating that into code, var ax equals button a.x. And this 54 is why I didn't write it as a subscript x, because we could put that into code in .NET if we really wanted to, but we'd need to use some Unicode. And that's not how we roll here. So var ay equals a.y, var bx equals b.x, var by code. Code. There we go. Have code. Yeah, fair point. Ax looks like a multiplied by x. So var a bx and var by equals b dot y. So we plug in ax, bx, ay, by. M and n are our mysteries. And so then we say var n equals x times ax minus y times by, all divided by bx times ay minus ax times by. So that gives us n, and n here was the number of times we push b. And then number of times we press A equals, so back to the maths here, if we know that one, so now we just need to substitute that into one of the original equations here, And so that means that, so we need to find m. So m is the missing thing we need to find here. And so let's take, we've got m times ay plus n times by equals y. So we take that one to the other side, so subtract that, so y minus n times by equals m dot ay, take that across to there, so we've got ay equals, no, other way around, m equals that over ay, which means that this is now going to be y minus number of times we press b, because we know that now, multiplied by by, and that whole lot is going to be over ay. Actually, you know what? .NET allows Unicode identifiers too. Unicode subscripts. Do we have a useful X and Y subscript? We've got an A. Do we have Y? Where did you get your Y from, Android? That doesn't look like a Y to me. That looks like a gamma or a lambda or a something. we good. No more arrays. Today doesn't involve arrays, and I'm quite enjoying that. All right. So what I don't know off the top of my head is I can't remember what happens if you crank this into a simultaneous equation which has no solutions. I'm guessing a divide by 0 is probably, but let's run that through on the example and see what we get. So I'm just going to take out that part there. And reinstate that on example.txt. No, .NET run. Ooh, clear that. .NET run that. Interesting. Yeah, no parallel line, no origin solutions. I just can't remember what that's going to crunch out at the other end of this. So let me just do a little sort of naughty sanity check on this thing. Number of times we press A. Yeah. So console.writeLine, number of times we press A plus that plus number of times we press B. Oh, am I still on that one? Sorry, there we go. I always forget to do that. What I need is a thing that will automatically switch from paper to desk cam as soon as I start typing, because I always forget forget to do that again. So, okay, we've got, that's there, that's there, that's there. Let me just crank this one through and see what do we get. Okay, so they're all solvable, but 2 of them have got negative solutions. So we want to exclude anything which has negative solution. Yeah, okay. So, you think I made a mistake when multiplying the second equation by ax? Y minus nby, no. So the second equation there is y minus nby all over ay. No, I think we're good. So I've eliminated the variables in the second of the 2 simultaneous equations, not the first. That might be causing confusion if you thought I'd eliminated the first one. But let's crank it through and see what we got. So if we've got, I'm going to change that because that is a dumb name for a variable. M n so paper solution. When multiplying the second equation by ax. So second equation, L, M, N. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, right, switch that back. You know what, we're going to run it, and if it's right, then it's right, and if it's wrong, then we'll worry about why it's wrong. Okay, so that's constant right line n, m, and this is just, we want a sanity check. If n is greater than 0 and m is greater than 0, it means that there are solutions, otherwise we return 0. Yeah, okay, so there's a bug because that one, example.txt, is supposed to return 480, right? Let's do the maths again. This is the number of times we press the button A to solve part 2 of the admin of code day. And at that point, I run out of... I know, it's just an ellipsis. It's fine. Right. So the problem is Advent of Code 2024, day 13, part 2, where it's a simple little claw puzzle of like a claw that can go forwards, and you push one button and it goes there. You think I'm getting rounded solutions that aren't valid. Okay, we can fix that. So let's... What's a good number to use for this? Decimal. Write the dumb code, run the dumb code. Yeah. Oh, I screwed up bad. Those are not the good numbers. Right. Right. Let me check what I've crunched on the maths here. So, we've got... I'm going to do this again. I'm going to do the stupid maths thing on the paper again. .54, that is a terrible variable name because it ends with -12, -13, which is just going to give you arithmetic bugs. So, right. Crunch it again because I cannot spot the bug in this by staring at it on the code. So we have got our two simultaneous equations. AX and BX. And when we multiply them together, we get M times AX times AY plus N times AX, no, N times BX times BY equals big X times AY. And the second one is M times AX times AY plus N times AX times BY equals Y dot BY. And what we've done there is we've multiplied the top half by AY. So we got AY times, that should be an AY there. AY. And we've multiplied the bottom half by that should be a BY. Yeah, that's the mistake. Is it? No. We need to multiply both halves by... No. That should be AY. Yep. Because we multiplied that by AX. There. So M here is AX plus AX plus AX. All right. Yeah, I screwed up. Y times AX. Yeah. Which means that then the solution to the first part is going to come out as so we subtract those two. So M times AX times AY plus N times that. So the subtraction there, those two cancel out, so the M's cancel out. So we get N multiplied by BX times, and that was an AY, wasn't it? AY minus AX times BY equals XAY minus YAX divide both halves by that gives us N is equal to XAY minus YAX all over bxay minus ax by, which is solvable. So switch back to the code. Get rid of that because it's clearly a massive pile of crap. So then var n equals, so x times ay minus y times ax all over bx times ay minus ax times by. Okay. And then we substitute that back into our original simultaneous equation, which I've now lost. Oh, there it is. So now that we know n, we are going to so we've got m times ay plus n times by equals y. And we need to know m, but we've got that one. So m times ay equals big Y minus n times by. Take the ay across to the other side. M equals y minus, so var m equals big Y minus n times by all over ay. Console.writeline n and m. I see two integral solutions. Are they correct? I don't know. I've lost my browser. There's my browser. $38 and $86. Yep. Cool. All right. Hello, Marianne G. Welcome to the stream. We have been doing remedial arithmetic. Stuff that was easy for 16-year-olds. Will I differentiate integrals? No, not today. So now I need to see if those solutions are integral. So if n equals math.floor n and m, actually we can just round it. So what do we need to return? 3 times int n plus int m. Operator it cannot be applied to operands of type. Oh, that should, yeah. Yeah. Right. get 496 from? $40, $80, $86, $38, $80, $40, yeah, hang on, no, 3, not 80, 3, should be 3. The 86 is wrong, it should be 80. 86 times. Yes, I've got the M and the N swapped. Yeah. All right, that's 480. Let's run that on input.txt for part 1. Yep, that is correct. 29 times 187. And so part 2 is, so let's reinstate long offset equals 0. And the and put in the trillion Zimbabwe dollars. Line 29. Something's too big for an int at line 29. Ah, dope. Of course it is. Did it. See, I can do the maths. There we go. What are we getting a picture of? It looks like a Loch Ness monster. That's, hello, Sally. You missed it. We just got the second star. We did the maths. We did the monster maths. Right. That can come out. That can come out. That can come out. And that can stay in. See, to me it looks like a Loch Ness monster. Like, there's the eye, and it's gonna kind of loop around. It's gonna be like water, and it's gonna be like Nessie. Yeah. Let's call that 10 trillion in case anyone finds the code and is like, why are you talking about Zimbabwe dollars in your code? The stopwatch can come out because that's yielding super quick now. Can I do that? Does the record even need a body? Yeah. All right. Hyphenated. So my favorite detail about hyphenated monsters on the subject of the Loch Ness Monster is that the whale is called Moby Dick with a hyphen and is the title character of the book, which is called Moby Dick without a hyphen. So, yeah, and that's Herman Melville, one of the greatest, American writers of the last history. So, yeah. Yeah. Consistency be hard, yo. It's one of those weird quirks that drives Wikipedia editors mad, because they're like, it says Moby Dick, and they're like, no, the people who designed the cover were not the same people who typeset the manuscript. Moby Dick, hyphenated, is a novel, and Moby Dick, not hyphenated, is a whale. There you go. Yeah. Anyway. Right. There we go. That was day 13. We've broken the halfway point. We do that for another 13 days, and that'll be it. The whole lot. Now that you have simple equations, do it in Rockstar. You know what? Maybe? Yeah. All right. All right. Let's have a go. The arithmetic would be easy to do in Rockstar. Parsing the input, probably less so. But let's have a look. Yeah, all right, we'll do it in Rockstar. Okay. Right. Cool. All right. 2.0.5. Nah, screw that. Give me a second. Z Rockstar. Oh. Z Rockstar. Rockstar link. CD Rockstar. .NET. No, so git pull. What? Bear with us, folks. We're just going to go down a rabbit hole for 5 minutes and try and figure out why Rockstar is currently broken. Right. Not that. And not that. And let's... Rockstar is there. And... yeah, discard that. We can come back to that. And that will keep. That's useful. I am not on the branch fixing that issue because all the stuff on that branch I threw away because it turned out to be completely stupid and pointless and wasn't going to work. Sweet, 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 sweet. Okay, so now if I go back to Z day 13 and Rockstar. Okay, that's weird. I know what's going on. So somewhere in here, I shouldn't put that on stream. No, you're fine. There's nothing in there that's actually sensitive. What I'm looking for is a path, system path, because I'm looking at the version set. Nope, fuck off PowerShell. I mean, go away PowerShell. Set. What is path set to? Yeah, that .NET 8 at the end of the path, that should be .NET 9, which means I need to find my own personal system path. No, I need to find the environment-wide system path. Nope, I need to look in my PowerShell profile. There. Rockstar 2.0.16. All right, better, much better. Okay, let's do this. A fur cough is what you get when the cat has been kind of, flomping on your face, and you get the whole yeah. Pardon me. Right. So, Z. No, exit that. Z day 13. Now, I'm just going to look up something that should be easy to do, but I have not yet figured out how to do it, which is PowerShell redirect standard in. PowerShell's very good, except when it's terrible. Z is a program called Zoxide. It is a change directory alternative that remembers where you've been and what you've been doing. And so if I go on here and I type zrock, it's going to jump me into the most recently frequently accessed folder. And the scheme that, you mean this thing here? Z is not the Z shell. Z is Zoxide, which is this thing. And the this thing here with all of the stuff, that's called Oh My Posh. And it's a themed prompt engine for various shells, including PowerShell, which runs cross-platform. So I have the same prompt on yeah. Right. So what are we doing? We are Z day 13. We are giving up on trying to get PowerShell to redirect standard input. And let's just crank up a Noddy program that will get us up and running with this. So new file, day13.rock. So let's listen to the night while the night ain't silent. Shout it. Listen to the night. So Rockstar day13.rock with standard input redirected from example.txt. Okay. Ah, interesting. Ah. Hmm. We may have to go on a little detour here. So listen to the night while the night ain't nothing. There's that. The reason being that there are blank lines in this input, and I think we might have just hit a glitch in the Rockstar 2 interpreter, which I've not found yet. If we go to code with rockstar.com, try it on that, paste that in there. Let's grab our example input, grab that, paste that in here, parse that. While the night is not equal to null, but if we rock that, it only reads the first one. Okay. Gotta fix a bug first, but that's fine. You're here for a little bit of ad hoc bug fixing, right? Like, you're not really here to watch me solve advent code in Rockstar. Are you? All right. Okay, that's interesting. There is a... huh. Herman says, just here to listen to that soothing voice. That's all right, I'll do my best to sound as soothing as possible during the course of the exercise. Hello. I'm going to be the Bob Ross of computer programming this evening. There's no mistakes in Rockstar, there's only happy accidents. Happy little accidents. So, advent code is one level, writing advent code in your own language and then having to fix bugs in your own language so you complete advent code is just wow. Imagine if there weren't bugs in my own language. Imagine how wow that would be. Okay, so what is the actual problem here? The problem is that this debug the night. Okay, so I go over here and we place the input with a blank line, and then nothing. And then I'm going to say, listen to the night, debug the night. Okay. So that returns empty string, empty string. I don't know what a rip devil is. Sorry, Sally. My knowledge of Mr. Ross is constrained to watching the occasional YouTube video when I'm chilling out on holiday and I want something relaxing to listen to, but I don't really want to pay attention. Happy little accidents. Rip Devil is the counter that people type in chat. Sally, I don't know how to break this to you, but Bob Ross is from American television in the 1970s, and they didn't have chat. No, of course I don't watch him on Twitch. I watch him on TV. You know. No. Bob Ross is on Twitch. Is it real Bob Ross, or is it just people watching old things of Bob Ross? Like, I'm pretty sure he's been dead for a long time. Bob Ross. Bob Ross died in 1995. So yeah, Bob Ross died, and then there was like a gap of like 15 years, and then Twitch was invented. So I do not think that unfamiliarity with the idioms of Twitch streaming qualifies one as not being a fan of Bob Ross. I will die on this hill, and many others, spread across a wide number of hills. So, the people in the chat know he's dead, right? Like, they're not just getting all really angry because they keep leaving comments for Bob and he's not, never replies or acknowledges their comments or anything. All right. So this is what's interesting. There are two problems here. Actually, that is an empty string. That's always going to be an empty string, because an empty string is an empty string. So it gets an empty string the first time. So it reads one single line of thing from the, yeah. But then the difficulty is we listen to the night, we debug the night, but then if the night is nothing, shout null. All right, that works. There are 538 people watching Bob Ross stream on the internet at this moment. That's cool. Right. 1, 2, 3 lines of input, followed by that. Listen to the night. We'll read the next line of standard input and put it into a variable called the night. Until the night is nothing, debug the night, listen to the night. Okay. Right. So the problem here is that lookup. And the lookup is coercing the empty string to be null. So I think the bug is in the comparison. Right, so let's close out of that, close out of that, close out of that. Equals, but with a heavy metal umlaut. All right. So let me find the Rockstar null. There we go. Ah. I do not think null should equal the empty string, because that makes it difficult to tell the difference between a blank line and end of input. If I comment that line out, and let's see how much this is going to break. All right, good. Right. Null doesn't equal an empty string, but nothing does. But no, that's wrong. That's wrong. Because listen, when standard in runs out of stuff, should actually return null. Oh, no, that, yeah. So what it's doing is returning the empty string. We're comparing the empty string to null, and that's coming through as this is a thing. So that should come out. So I'm wondering if I've fundamentally got something horribly wrong with the way nulls work. I mean, the person who invented null has called it the billion-dollar mistake. So, right, strict value equality. Test cases. There's enough redirection or misdirection in this test. I'm staring at it going, eh? So this is XUnit. Theory in XUnit says that this is a test which reads its input from somewhere else. So here what it is, it says this theory, I want you to run the method in this class called getTest, or called test cases, and for everything that returns, I want you to feed it in as a pair of inputs into this test and crunch that through, and that will do the thing. And the problem here is that this get falsy thing is comparing things that shouldn't be falsy. All right. I think that comes out. I don't think we want to include that in there. But then I think we need a new test for various things are not equal, which says that string dot empty dot equals with an umlaut null come on, where's my... This is the problem with putting things you can't type in the names of your variables, is you become absolutely reliant on auto... There we go, null.instance. Okay, that line should now fail. Lots of things now fail. And they shouldn't. All right. Oh, hang on, I can't comment out that from there because those are all going to throw an argument out of range exception now. Oh, all right. I'm using a British English keyboard layout on Microsoft Windows 10. If you have an easy way of using this keyboard to type an umlaut, I would love to know what it is. I can type several accented characters, but umlauts are not one of them. Can't you just win space to a German keyboard, type the unlauted character, and then switch back? If I press win space, nothing happens, because I don't have a German keyboard installed. Right. So the problem here is that null should not equal the empty string. And no, yak waxing is very, very rapid yak shaving. So yak waxing is when you gear up to do something you think is going to take you the whole day, and you do it, and it's just done. And I coined the phrase, if you're listening to the episode I think you're listening to, I migrated an entire project from .NET 6 to .NET 8, I think, and it just worked. And I was like, oh, I thought that was going to take all day. Yeah, so the I umlaut doesn't exist. I don't think there's any language in the world that actually has it, except Rockstar, because it's part of the Rockstar type system, so that it doesn't get strings and strings confused. Yeah. Yes, I remember. Yes, it is that episode. Yak shaving. We talked about it at length. All right. Okay, this is surprisingly tough. We're going to do this another way around. We are not, in fact, going to mess with Rockstar. What we're going to do is, are there languages out there with an I umlaut? Yeah. So we're going to do a really nothing, as opposed to, if we just say if the night is nothing, it's going to do type coercion. And under type coercion, the empty string equals null. But until the night is really nothing, we'll actually force it to... French, of course, yeah. Actually, English has it on the word naive, to say that it's naive, not knave. Some people still spell naive in English with a diaresis on the... Yeah. So nothing is null, and really nothing is... So if we do that, if we say until the night is nothing, what happens is that when it gets to line 3 of this input, the night, you can see down in here, the night is an empty string. So it reads the 1, it reads the 2, it reads the 3. There. Yeah. Only the New Yorker uses the co-op, or New York Magazine, something uses that as part of its style guide. But a lot of people, I quite like it. Apparently a lot of people think it's really pretentious. But And there are so many places in English we could do with that if people knew how to use it. So yeah, the problem we've got is when we read the empty string is being coerced and is equal to null, because comparing the empty string equals null returns true. Comparing the empty string using identity, really nothing, that will only bail out when it actually gets to a null. So, all right. So back to our program, or back to our Rockstar, day13.rock, alt0239. Oh yeah. So somewhere we'll have the alt codes that I can use to get all the things on the chart map. Anyway, let's go back to this. Well, the night ain't really nothing. So let's listen to the night. We're gonna do this minimalist and then idiomatic. So listen to line until line is exactly nothing. Shout it, listen to line. Okay, so that pulls the whole chunk in. So what do we got now? We need to do a whole parse thing, and so let's say input is empty. Listen to the night until the night is really nothing. Input is with the night. So at this point we're going to say if wrong window. Let's not have the same program open in two windows at the same time. Listen to the line until line is exactly nothing. If line is silent, so I'm going to say input is empty string. Listen to line until line is exactly nothing. If line is silent, then we need to parse input. Right alt plus shift plus quote and then release it and then type I. Does not do that for me. I don't have compose key on right alt. Win compose, yeah. I don't have win compose. All right, so if line is silent, parse input, input is empty. So if line is silent, rock inputs with input, input is empty, end the if statement. Otherwise, input is with line, end that, listen to line, end. Okay, and then let's debug inputs. Cool. Part 2's done. We're doing it in Rockstar now. So, now we need to parse that. I did not use matrices at all. Solved part 2 using simultaneous linear equations. Okay. So really what we need here is we just need the numbers, right? So it's, actually I'm wondering, it's not sometimes parsing a line break. No, it's not a new line versus character return new line thing. It's to do with empty lines versus the end of the standard input stream. So empty lines are read from standard input as a empty string, but the empty string then compares equal to null, which is what you get if you reach the end of standard input, so you need to do an exactly nothing comparison on it. So let's throw in a function. Parse takes input. Now we need to crunch out everything from here that is not a digit for so we can scan across left to right for char and input. This is me wondering about adding a language feature. Because at the moment, what happens if you subtract an array from a string? And I don't think it does anything useful. Yeah, nada. Because there's an option where you say, well, all right, if we subtract an array from a string, it means remove every instance of every element of that array from the string you put it into. But I think what we probably want to do is we want to, for each char and input, we want to see if that char is a digit. And that means if char is greater B, what? All right, we got the whole line of input. Why is that loop never looping? It is looping. All right. Why is that doing that? So for char and input, shout char. Okay, so that's working. Like, that's stepping across every single element in the input. BUTTON space A is fine. For char in input, shout char. That's looping. That's looping. Okay, cool. Yeah, that works. So let's say if char is as high as 5, we'll only give back digits that are higher than 5. So if char is as high as 0, all right. So if char is as high as 0 and char is as low as 9, that just extracts the digits. So shout char with char doesn't actually matter. So for char in input, so I'm going to say digits equals empty. Digits equals digits with, so that can be digits is with char. Take that out. Yeah. Otherwise, shout digits. Yeah. All right, that extracts all the ints. So we got a 17, we got an 86, we got an 84. So that's going to pull those out as we go along. And oh, amazing. Vax Headroom, I know I'm behind, but I just successfully did day 1, part 1 purely in Rockstar. Parse takes input. Shout input. Digits is empty. For char in input, if char is as high as... So parse takes input. Take out shout input. Digits is empty. So for each one of those, let's rock numbers. And then otherwise, rock numbers with... If digits ain't silence, rock numbers with digits. Digits is empty. Yeah. Give back numbers. Yeah. And so then let numbers be parse taken inputs. Debug numbers. Rock inputs with numbers. Input is empty. Save that. Run that. Right, all I need to do is to clear numbers. If you've got a shell sort in Rockstar and you're happy to share it with the world, I would love to see that. Because I did day 1, part 1 purely in Rockstar, and I did it with bubble sort, which was kind of slow, and it worked, but it was kind of slow. So, all right. What do I need? I need a It's weirdly hard in Rockstar to initialize an empty array. So that needn't be cast. That should be burn. What's a string parser? Cast digits with 10. Yeah. The challenge here is the syntax doesn't support creating a completely empty array. So the first element of the array is always something that I don't want to be there. And I can't believe there is no way to initialize an empty array. The problem is declaration. The problem is we don't want to use the global variable because there's a global numbers variable that's getting done, and we need to actually declare a new one each time we're inside a collection. To initialize an empty array, rock the array. But that doesn't work inside function scope. And it probably should. Because the alternative is you have a function that is going to look in the global environment and see if an array exists. Right, let me just reset everything that I did on the Rockstar repo, because that's clearly not going to help with anything we're working on right now. Discard that. Discard that. Discard that. That's all back to how it was. Back over here, rebuild, rerun that. And what I'm looking for here is the nlist, which is part of the Rockstar engine. In that one. Yeah. So what I need to do is, if you rock something, it needs to declare the thing you just rocked. All right. Rockstar.test. Arrays. Is there a... No, there isn't. All right, let's make a new test case here. So let me copy and paste one of these. Copy that, paste that. Functions returning arrays .rock. Yes, copy always. So what I want to do here is make array takes nothing, rock array with 1, 2, 3, give back array, and then what I'm going to do in here is we're going to call that a bunch of times and make sure it gets the right thing. Let array, let R1 be make array taking nothing. Let R2 be make array taking nothing. Let R3, actually I think I can just call make array into R1. Right, that should give me a failing test, but it should give me a failing test with enough output that I can see why it failed, which means I can then go in and figure out what it should have done instead. And functions returning arrays .rock should be yeah. There we go, good. Broken. That's not what I expected that to do. Oh. That there. Yeah, it's a problem with scope. If down here I say rock array, that rock array with 1, 2, 3 is going to pick up the global variable. Kind of fun having your own programming language. You learn all kinds of stuff that, yeah. So that's now array 1, array 2, array 3 are all references to the same array. Because rock array with 1, 2, 3 inside that function should never, ever, should it modify a global or should it always declare a local? And that's the problem. Right. Let's turn that into the simplest thing that can possibly mess up. Okay, that's good because that's blowing up. Because they should be printing that in each case. So let's stick a breakpoint here. And right-click, debug text, test in new task runner process. All right, we don't need that. Let's run that. Okay, e.variable is just array, and the expression we got is that one. So what is it? Yep. Yep. Okay, but now the next one. So now we are inside the function call. We're inside that stack. The interpreter is looking up the value of the variable, which is array, and that lookup is going to recursively look things up in places till it finds one, and it's going to give it back. I wonder if I need a version of lookup that does not ever try to resolve recursively into parent environments. Yeah. Yeah, all right. So let me take a look at what do we got on there, and we are looking at scope. And okay, so scope on there, lookup variable, scope. Scope equals scope.global is going to be the default. And that one there is lookup value string key scope. If scope equals global, then we are going to recurse. Otherwise, we are going to return mysterious.instance. All right. should have a default value on it, right? What do we think, folks? How much stuff do we think is going to break as a result of that one little tweak? Now, that one shouldn't break anything. That one shouldn't change because I haven't changed any behavior. All I've done is put a hook in that I'm going to be able to use now in particular contexts. And Vax Headroom has just sent an email. Excellent. This is shell sort in Rockstar, right? Oh, that is beautiful. Nice. Really nice. Really, really nice. Thank you. At some point, not like urgently, because, you know, it's not urgent, but I'm gonna, the Rockstar website, I'm gonna plug in like a sort of standard library, because I don't think it's gonna get up to the whole kind of, you know, automatic important module like standard library thing, but it'd be nice to have a library of things you can copy and paste if you need to do like shell sort or any of those kinds of things. Right, where were we? We were looking at Rockstar. We were fixing stuff. So there's Visual Studio. Bring that back. So what I want is in the enlist method in here, enlist result. And then I think if you rock something with no expressions, okay, that's the list. So e.expressions.any. So if we pass in something which has any arguments into it, then scope.global, otherwise scope.local. Because if we're just rocking something without rocking anything into it, then I think we want to restrict the scope we look up. So let's stick a thing on there. There, boom, that did it. Earlier today I pointed Obsidian at a project which has node modules in it. It's broken so much stuff. Node modules was definitely one of humankind's dumbest mistakes. Hello and welcome to the stream. Today we'll be opening Obsidian in a project with node modules. This is a project containing 44 web pages. Obsidian is currently traversing over 12,000 little snippets of JavaScripty bollocks, in case any of them is a markdown file. Obsidian has been told to ignore node modules. Obsidian does not ignore things it has been told to ignore. Obsidian says, yeah, we'll read them, but then we just will pretend we've ignored them. And, come on, I got stuff to do. Right, there we go. That's what I was working on earlier. NDC conference websites. Yay! That is not the repo I want to open. I want to open that repo. Oh, come on. Come on, Obsidian, don't do that. There we go. Don't be slow. We love you. You're amazing. You shouldn't be slow. Okay. Arrays. Rock the array with no parameters will always declare a new instance So Luxwolf has dropped a thing in the chat. Thematically, Rockstar Package Manager would be great. Packages could be all albums, EPs, or singles. That sounds like a good idea, and you're not the first person to suggest it, but, like, have you ever heard a band, like, referring to their own music by title in the context of another piece of music? Because it's like, yeah, all right, well, we'll put the maths functions in Welcome to the Jungle, and we'll put the string handling in It's So Easy, and we'll put the trigonometry functions in Paradise City, and then like you need to call something from Paradise City in, and it gets like, this is the biggest challenge with Rockstar, is making it look, so one, making it look lyrical, and also the second you get into package management, you need a file system, and file system means that running anything in a web browser becomes really hard. And that's always been a kind of like, I want stuff to be able to work in a browser so people can play with it, because it's a toy language, you know, it's for having fun with. It's not for doing anything important. So Vax said, my boss just asked me if I was recoding our embedded power system code into Rockstar. One of the reasons Rockstar has no I/O and no networking is because I never ever want anyone to use it for anything important, ever. Because you just know somebody out there, somebody would be like, oh, yeah, this looks really good. I don't like Java. I'm going to build our nuclear reactor control software in Rockstar because I'm a thought leader. And, right. So docs, arrays. There we go. So Jake, we did advent a code. I was on early today. We got part 1 done, we got part 2 done, and then someone said, why don't you do it in Rockstar? And the first thing that we hit was a little string parsing eccentricity in Rockstar, and the second thing I hit is an array allocation bug in Rockstar, which is now fixed. So I'm about to push that, and that means that we can get on with doing the next bit of today in Rockstar. And at some point, I should probably stop streaming, because I've been on for like 5 hours today, I think. Yeah. Yep. Let's take a look at what do we got. So there's the docs. Yep, that's cool. There's a new example. That is the change. And that is the new. Yep, that's the case. All right, so that'll be live on the site in a couple of minutes. And in the meantime, if I give that about 2 minutes, it'll kick in the next version. I can pull down the code, I'll get the new version number, but what it means now is I can rock numbers, digits is empty. We'll jump back over to here. Cool. Thing about using ncrunch is it's always building your project in the little test environment, test sandbox. It's constantly running it, so you don't actually build the thing because it's always getting built somewhere else. There we go. Cool. Right. We've got as far as parsing the inputs in Rockstar for day 13, part 2. So let's go back into here. Okay. Right, parse takes input, rock numbers. So that is now correctly going to crunch that down. So each input is now going to give me a block of 6 numbers in an array. So now I just need to plug in the solve method. So let's write a function for this. Parse takes input, there's that, that's fine. Solve takes array and offset. All right. And this is literally gonna be, so decimal AX. So let AX be array at 0. Let AY be array at 1. Let BX be array at 2. Let BY, BY is about to become a keyword. But it's not keyword yet. Let X be array at 4, let Y be array at 5. Let me just check. So 9434226 8400. What have I missed? Why do I only have 5 numbers? Oh yeah, Advent of Code is always like a pile-on for adding new Rockstar features. I'm only parsing 5 numbers, which is not good because there are 6 numbers. I got the 8400. I've lost the 5400. I think I need that on the end. And let's just plug that in. Yeah, cool. All right, now I got all 6 inputs. So now undo that. So we've got AX, AY, BX, BY. We got X and we got Y. Let N be. Now this is where things are going to get really, really crunchy because Rockstar does not have arithmetic parentheses. So we're going to do this in really, really dumb chunks. Let offset plus X. Actually, I can just let that be X, can't I? Let X be with offset. All right, so that's good. So that one just becomes X. Let Y be with offset. And actually, yeah, okay. So now that becomes Y. And that becomes Y. So now we've got to do the multiplication. So let's let n LHS, this is the left-hand side of n, be x times AY minus y times AX. Let n right-hand side be bx times AY minus AX times BY. Let n be n LHS over n RHS. Let m left-hand side be okay, so operator precedence should do the right thing here. Be y minus n times by. Let m be m LHS over ay. Shout m, shout n. End. For each input in inputs, call solve with input. Yeah. Ah, crap. What have I got wrong? All right, it's not in any of that lot. For each does not exist. In Rockstar, of course it doesn't. I knew that. Holy crap. I can't believe that worked. All right. Let int m be m. Turn down m. Let int n be n. Turn down n. If m is int m and n is int n, I need to check the pars on that. Give back n times 3 with m, was that? Or m times 3 with n? Give back nothing. Post-traumatic code disorder. Yeah, once in a while. Was 29062 my answer to part 1? No. Well, that's very interesting. Let me check my inputs have passed correctly. All right, so we got that versus that. There's your puzzle input. Ah. I'm missing the final piece. Because I don't have an empty line at the end of my program. $29,187. Is that more like it? $29,187. Fist bump. Fist pump, fist bump, right? Yeah, we got that. See, I'm hip with the kids. Right, now we need to put in that 10 trillion. 999 blah, 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 852. 999 blah, 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 852. All right, now for the fun part. The part I know you've all been waiting for. Right. Arcade, claw machines, X and Y, and tokens and prizes. So, the machine takes your tokens. Yep, I'm just going to take that debug out because cool. All right. Thank you, Jake. Rock numbers. Rock the claw. No, rock the prize, because give back the prize is what happens when you win, right? The machine takes your tokens. Rock the prize. The claw is empty for something in your tokens. For every what in your tokens, for every note, and because we said every, now it's if the note, I'm not sure about your tokens. I think the machine takes your tokens is a little bit too literal. Otherwise, if the claw ain't silent, cast the claw with... So I need a couple of constants in here. The stratosphere holds your... So I need a 4 and an 8. And what's the ASCII code for a digit 9? 57? The stratosphere holds your illusion. The underworld holds. I need a 5 and a 7-letter word. And I'm just going to check that it does, in fact, do what I think it does, because... yes. Sweet. So I want a word that an 8-letter word that rhymes with a 7-letter word. That has something to do with machines. Steal somethings. Steal. This is the hardest part, is trying to think of, ooh, I like that, thank you, advert. Chromium Pentium? Yeah. Yeah, see, this is the hard part. It's also lyrical. It's correct and it rhymes and it works, but I don't. Yeah. Promise machine. Right, we're gonna go. We're gonna. Hello and welcome to the stream. Today we're reading words that rhyme with een. Oh, I could go one better here. I could go, that's a 7-letter word. That's an 8-letter word. See if that runs. Buggered it up. What did I do wrong? Apparently I attempted to divide by 0. Alright, back it up. Okay, so that works. But that doesn't. That's weird. Trying to work out what I messed up here. The stratosphere holds your illusion, initializes that to the string 0. And if I do that, that works. And if I do that, that works. And now is as high as is greater than or equal to. So if I did knock that down by 1, that should blow up. Yes, it does. But that should sort it. If the note is higher than the stratosphere, if A is higher than B, shout yeah. All right. If B is higher than A, shout yeah, yeah. If 0 is higher than equal, shout yeah. So let's try foo holds A 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Bar holds that and 8 if foo is higher than, wrong way around. Yeah, that works. Foo holds your illusio. Okay, so that's a slash. That's cool. If the note is higher than the stratosphere. So the stratosphere holds your illusio. The note is that. Ooh. Ooh. I think I know the problem. I think Rockstar has just reared its entertaining head again. Parse that. No, that should be fine. Yeah. All right, let's try this. Wrong window. Okay, so the stratosphere is /. If the note is higher than the stratosphere, it means it's higher than /, which means it's got to be a 0 or greater in the ASCII character sequence. But if we say as that, genuinely baffled. Right. Right, let's try this. The code is ABC 1, 2, 3, D, E, F. For char in the code, for every note in the code, if the note is higher than the stratosphere and the note is lower than the underworld, shout the note, yeah, yeah. That worked. And that worked. And that works. And that doesn't. I suspect there is a bug, but I cannot figure out for the life of me what that bug is likely to be. By the way, at some point, Rockstar 2.0.17 just happened, and there it is. You see there? Yeah. There we go. Look, Rockstar Starship 2.01.17 just went live while we were coding. Genuinely baffled as to why that would make this difference. All right, let's take a couple of lines of input, real input from here. So there's our input.txt. we're going to grab that. We're going to drop that into here. And we're going to stick that lot in there and that lot in there. I wonder if I've screwed up a global variable somewhere. All right. So that works. Okay, division by 0. Which was not the error I got off that one. That one I got an equals 6801. Where is 6801 in? Oh, hang on. That's running on example.txt, isn't it? Equals 8400. Where's equals 8400 in the example.txt? So if I run it on the console interpreter, it chokes on it equals 8400 that we've got in there somewhere. This is properly strange. So we've got exactly the same code. That's my day13.rock. I run that at the console over here. I get the input string equals 8400 was not in the correct format. Yep. The same code. Same example. Right. There's the program. Day13.rock. Over here, paste that in there. That's the entire solution. Over here, example.txt. Copy the whole lot, come over here, paste it into here, rock that, divide by 0. Let's divide by 0. the note is as high as 0. Arg divide by 0. So I must have messed up something else. But if I come back over here, let's roll that back to what we had before we started trying to make it look like poetry. So console works. Gives me the 2 examples from that. Paste that in there. Arg divide by 0. All right, that's really interesting. I've not yet seen a problem anywhere where I get different results running it at the command line than I do running it in the web interpreter. It's 8 o'clock. Error arg divide by 0. Right, let's try taking out that chunk there. Okay, still doesn't work. Try taking that out there. All right, that works. Oh, hang on. There's a random null on the end of the inputs that I don't think is there. On this version. All right, so that's what's blowing that up. So I need to put a thing in here that makes sure that if array ain't 6, return 0. Right. All right. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. So we still got that random null hanging around on the end there. There. That's a better guard clause for it. All right. Oh, that was fun. Okay, and the same on input.text. Okay, that's good, that works. Right, I want to figure out this problem with as high as versus higher than. Let's try this. Foo is that. If the note is as high as foo, that works. Foo holds, and we need 48. Right? Okay. What do I get if the note is higher than that? I get that because it thinks that equals is higher than new file scratch.rock if equals is higher than that, shout yeah, else otherwise shout nope. What's the ASCII code for equals? $61. All right, that's crap. That shouldn't be doing that. That is not a thing that should be doing. You're seeing this, right? Like I got the same code, and in the web interpreter, let's check the parse tree on that. This had better not be some .NET string comparison bullshit. Right. Let us go spelunking. All right. Right. Okay. Right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. String.compare, string comparison.invariant culture. Okay. Right. It's minus timing, not minus p for parse. Okay, this is super weird. Really, really weird. Because it looks like the same code, which is doing just a string comparison, is given different results on Windows and WebAssembly, which is possible, but not like a good idea. That should not be happening. Let me just throw this into the docs for this because getting started. Yeah. Hello, NKCSS. Oh, hello, Smad. Welcome. So we're having fun in games. It was all going beautifully until I started trying to do some string comparisons and discovered what I think is I'm not going to say a bug in .NET because it's not a bug in .NET, but it looks like a bug in .NET because I got the same code compiled for Windows and WebAssembly and is doing different stuff on those two different platforms. Alright, there we go. So now I can at least say we've added another feature. So let's view changes, and there we go. And P minus parse to show parse tree instead of running program. Boom, yeah, okay. Push that. All right. Yeah. Nick. Yeah, day 13 was kind of fun, but we got some properly old school, like I was digging up bits of mathematics that I haven't done since I was about 17 years old. But we got there in the end. And then we started trying to do it in Rockstar. And now I think I've found a weird quirk in my interpreter, because I got one piece of code that's doing different things in two different places. Right. So ASCII characters. ASCII character for equals is 61. ASCII character for slash is 47. Just give me an ASCII table. I love the fact that whoever got ASCIItable.com, this is the most piece of garbage website in the entire world. Like, there are so many better ways to show an ASCII table than the one which is on ASCIItable.com, but they must get so many hits. Yeah. So 47. So 48 is ASCII code 0. 57 is ASCII code 9. And 61 is ASCII code equals. So far, so good. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is why, when we run this chunk of code here, that says yeah. And that shouldn't say yeah. Ooh. That should not happen. All right. So what we got going on here, which is why this stream has completely been derailed from trying to do Advent of Code, is that WebAssembly thinks that those two strings WebAssembly is doing the right thing. But the console, the Windows build is not. All right, let's try and figure out why. So let me throw in another test case here. Where is, so Boolean logic is there, comparison.rock. String comparison.rock is what we want. And I wonder if, so what we've got on here is, say, what was that exact test case? Equals is lower than 9. And that should print false. Say 1 is higher than 0, should print true. Okay, excellent. That actually breaks. Okay, so let's debug the test. You know what? I'm going to take out everything else. I'm going to keep that in there. And we're going to debug that in a task runner. We're going to spend 8 minutes on this. And then I'm going to stop. And I'm going to go and I'm going to sit with Mac. And I'm going to eat a pizza and watch a movie. And we're going to have fun. All right, let me see a stack trace on this. Call stack is there. Let me bounce up a couple of frames. I can't step into the bloody Rockstar code because that's not in the Visual Studio debugger. All right, let's find compare on rockstar.engines.value and stick a breakpoint. There we go. So that's debugging. So debug selected test in new task runner process. What do we got? We've got left-hand side is equals, right-hand side is a 9. Compare left-hand side to the right-hand side. String comparison dot invariant culture. And that gives back -1. So this equals, that is a 9. Yeah. 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 I'm going to do that again. All right. Left-hand side value is equals. Right-hand side value is 9. We are looking at less than, which means we're looking at an eval, which is a binary, which is a resolve, which is less than equals is less than that. Yes. 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 String.compare left-hand side, right-hand side. Yeah. Yeah. So string.comparison 1 and 2. Yeah, 1 comes before 2. 2 and 1. 2 comes before 1. ASCII table. I had one here somewhere. '60, 61, 62. Interesting. Oh no, hang on. That's just me being dumb. Okay, no, that definitely worked. Right. So that works. Okay, so what do we got? So 9 colon semicolon lower than equals. Yeah. None of them special characters. That's what's weird about it. Just catching up on what's in the chat. comparing an equal sign to a number 9 shouldn't be special. Like, there shouldn't be anything special about that at all. I mean, we can dump it. I can put in diagnostic debugging that'll show us what's actually going on. Okay, 9 is lower than colon. Say 9 is lower than colon, prints true. These should all print true. Equals dot compared to 9 returns a different result when using invariant or ordinal. What the crap? That is one of the weirdest things. Yeah, all right. Let's dive into the compare, this thing here. I mean, let's just start by debugging that test and seeing what we get on this thing. Right, left-hand side value there. Right-hand side value is fine. Next one, that's 9 compared to colon. All right, left-hand side value, view, text visualizer. What do we got other than a window we can't see? All right. All right, let's drop that in down there. Okay. What the good blimey. What? What? Goodness. That's enough computering for me today. Yeah. Yeah. Invariant always sounds like, please don't mess this up if somebody runs it in Turkey or Finland or somewhere else that might yield interesting. All right. Today I learned. Gosh. Just wow. I love this dialog box because you're like, where's the replace? This is definitely replace in files. What am I doing? And then you realize that if you make it just a little bit bigger, there it is. Look at that. Oh, hello. Oh, look at that. Oh, peekaboo. Yeah. Right. Okay. So back to our string comparison.rock. Back out a bunch of those. What is super weird about this is why it didn't blow up until I started doing a string comparison based on variables instead of based on literals. I will never understand why that particular thing. So that higher than 9, that prints true. And say ASCII slash is lower than 0, prints true. All right. And documentation and search and invariant. Right. Well, that was a fun little diversion down a stupidly pointless rabbit hole of deciding whether two strings are in fact the same as one another or not. But I think we've all learned something interesting from that experience. Work. Yeah, whatever. I know all about the two eyes in Turkish problem. I have. The irony of this is that I have been all over the world giving people talks about text encoding and the problems of string comparison and why it's challenging and difficult and stuff. And today I realized that there's a big chunk of this that I've never even come across before. Yeah, Turkish eyes is brilliant. It really, really is. So, right. Yep. Build the WASM engine, build the core engine. All right. There, okay. Fixed. That's fixed that problem. Yeah. Oh, there's so much stuff in text encoding which is interesting trivia until it causes a bug on one of your production systems. And you're like, oh, that's that fun thing that I read about on the internet, and now it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm stuck at work because every time we try to import this XML file, we get a buffer underrun error. Yeah, I just, wow. All right, good. So let's get cracking. What do we got? Yes. Yes. Some of this is just me kind of rage quitting invariant string stuff everywhere. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That was the important one. That's the new test case. And that one. Right. Oh yeah, grab the new version number. And push. And so the two lower there is cosmetic. It's not actually doing a comparison for anything. It's just that when you output a parse tree in Rockstar, all this stuff is based on grabbing the type name and then lowercasing it. So that is too lower because I want lowercase, not uppercase. So, right. Day13.rock. Let's try that again. So, the sky holds your something. The earth holds your something. And we need a 7 and a 8 and a 7-letter word. Actually, no, we need a 7 and a... Ha. Seven and an 8. except Earth needs to be a 58. The sky holds 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The Earth holds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think. Yep. Does under work in Rockstar? It should. Let's have a look. Cool, we got above and under. Can we do over in this context? We can. All right, I like that. Nope, wrong folder. Cool, okay, still good. We fixed that in a minute. Let's make it dark. I gotta start having ideas. We need a 10. I like Lucid. Lucid is good. Ha. 7-letter word ending in Usion. None of those are going to help. What are the aliases for cast? I think burn. docs, conversions and mutations, cast aka burn, yep. Ten-letter words. Yep. Yep. No, can't do that. I wish that should be a multi-line things should be a thing. Okay, gotta fix that at some point. Okay, making this lyrical is just gonna be dull. So instead of solve, let's call it victory. All right, dawn is 0, noon is 1, sunset is, dawn is 0, sunrise is 1, noon is 2, sunset is 3, twilight is 4, midnight is 5. We come back and make those better later, which means that's at dawn, that's at sunrise, that's at noon, that's at sunset, that's at twilight, and that's at midnight. That we can lose because we don't need the guard clause. No, we... Yeah, we do. So we need a 6. Victory takes array. Array can be the battlefield. Why not? That'll do. If the battlefield ain't surrender, give back nothing. Okay, that broke everything. That broke everything. So it needs to be 6. Ooh, stupid. If so, let's do that again. All right. So we got AX, AY, BX is only used once, BY is used twice, X and Y are both there. I think I can probably do that. Yep. Deep torrent, cold torrent. Yeah. I want to do a thing. I'm allowed to just completely mess up my own language anytime I want. That's allowed, isn't it? Hello, Mac. Hello. Come on. They're over there, Mac. Oh. There we go. We got Ginger Cat. It's all going to be all right. So Mac has just wandered in here because it is 9 p.m. on the dot, and that is when Mac gets his dinner. I'll come and get you dinner in a minute, Mac. We're just doing very important work. I'm going to add another alias, which is on, and arithmetic, addition, basic arithmetic, lyrical expressions. He's junk, yeah. See if that works. What the hell? Oh. Come on. Come on then. Up you get. Up you get. I think I just broke a bunch of things from version 1. Different cat. I'm afraid that Lionel is no longer with us. This is Mac, who's quite possibly Lionel's grandson. We don't know. They were both South London street cats who turned up on the doorstep at some point. But yeah, this is Mac. Say hello. Mac has just pulled the microphone off. Mac, you're a menace to society, you are. You're a terror. So, oh look, we've just been clipped. Hello, Mac. Hello. Come on. They're over there, Mac. Oh. Okay, that's lovely. Thank you, Sally. Right, where were we? I was fixing stuff. No, I wasn't. I was breaking stuff. Yeah, a lot of this stuff. Okay, we're not going to do that. That's not going to work. Not going to work. Oh well, it was a nice idea. Backpack vacuum. My focus for work this week has been at an all-time low. You in the Northern Hemisphere by any chance? Because if you are, this is the coldest, darkest week of the entire year. So offset here is going to be the memories. No, the horror. Victory takes the battlefield and the horror. If the battlefield ain't surrender, give back nothing. Let so AX memory. AY glory. Let BX be valor. And let BY be sorrow. And then X be reflection, and let y be redemption. Cool. And then I'm going to switch these around. So I'm going to put the horror of the battlefield at midnight into reflection. Put the horror with the battlefield at midnight into redemption. A reflection of glory. So let's just replace all the times with ofs. Memory is... Let memory be the battlefield at dawn. Let glory be the battlefield at sunrise. Let valor be the battlefield at noon. There we go. Because dawn and noon kind of nearly almost rhyme, I guess. Minus becomes without everywhere that we see it. And NB, so NLHS can be conquest. I like that. No. So, where was I? So NLHS is the enemy, and NRHS is the ocean. So then N is going to be your nemesis. Yeah, it does end up very, very shaka when the walls fell. Oh no, that's fine. Huh. what does it mean when you get closure function name at the end of a command line run? It means that the result of the program, the final result that was left on the stack at the end of execution, was a function that hadn't been run. So if you declare a function but then don't call it and don't yield a result or anything, that's the output that you get. I've just had the worst idea that I've ever had, I think. DylanBT.net/tool/flair. Count is 10. Is a yep. So how many of these do we need? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We need 13 letters, 13 words from this list. 13 excellently military sounding, weirdly blindingly blissfully absolutely chillingly yes. One, two, three, four, five. Six. Eight. How many do I need? 13. Devilishly, I like that. it. Ah. Nearly there. Enterprise. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is going to be where I really wish I'd put some kind of line continuation support into Rockstar. All right. Oh, thank you, McGovern. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. I was miles away. I wonder if I can do this. Right, nearly done. 12-letter word ending in ation. Rejuvenation. That looks pretty good. 13-letter word ending in ation. Incrimination. Condemnation. That's a 12. Ah, we got rejuvenate. Condemnation. Yeah, maybe. We want to go for 14. Cannibalization. Transfiguration. That's a good word. That's too many, isn't it? That's a 15. What? Ah. 14. All right. Midnight is transfiguration. And exsanguination. Will that fit? Can you hear the little squeaky protest? How does laced with abomination give us 6? Exactly. Yeah, it's not how it works. I'm tired, that'll do. Alright, I gotta fix that. Right, that's a wrap. I'm going to push that to GitHub, and I'm going to go and give Mac his dinner, and I'm going to go give me my dinner. And that was quite a lot of internet video for one day. I think I've been on stream for something crazy like 7 hours today. Definitely time to go and eat. Folks, thank you so much. That was fun. Great fun hanging out with you all, and excellent suggestions in the chat. And I think we've all got something a little bit special out of today's session. You folks out there, you'll take it easy, and I'll be back tomorrow because it's Advent of Code, and that's what we do. So